Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. In the quietude of a wintry evening, amidst the solemn whispers of a distant wind that wound its way through the narrow lanes of London, Mr. Brownlow found solace in the solitude of his study, a place where time seemed to halt in gentle reverence. The room was an intimate sanctuary, its walls lined with the silent sentinels of books whose spines bore the faded gilt of bygone eras, each tome a repository of knowledge and memory, and each whispering tales of worlds both imagined and real. The dim glow of a solitary gaslamp cast a soft, golden hue upon the room, illuminating the dust particles that danced lazily in the air, like ethereal spirits content to linger in this hallowed space. Mr. Brownlow, a man of dignified years and countenance, sat at his well-worn writing desk, its surface polished by the passage of time and the weight of many contemplations. Here, in the stillness of the night, he embarked upon his nightly ritual, an endeavour both sombre and sacred, the writing of letters addressed to those who had departed from the realm of the living, yet whose presence lingered in the recesses of his heart. With a sigh that bespoke both resignation and resolve, he dipped his quill into the inkpot, the nib scratching lightly upon the paper, as if coaxing the past to unfurl its secrets once more. These letters, destined never to reach their intended recipients, were missives of reconciliation, attempts to bridge the chasm of time and fate, and to mend the delicate tapestries of lives once intertwined with his own. Each written word was a thread of connection to those he cherished, those who had touched his life in profound ways, and whose absence left an indelible mark upon his soul. Among these spectral correspondents were Oliver, the boy whose innocence had brought light into Mr. Brownlow's world, and Nancy, whose tragic end had been a poignant reminder of the harsh realities of their shared existence. As the ink flowed across the page, Mr. Brownlow's mind wandered through the corridors of memory, revisiting moments that were at once tender and bittersweet. He recalled the first time he had gazed into Oliver's eyes that held the promise of redemption and a future untainted by the shadows of the past. The remembrance of Nancy, too, was vivid, her courageous heart and selfless spirit a testament to the complexity of human nature and the enduring power of compassion. Outside, the fog crept stealthily along the cobbled streets, wrapping the city in a shroud of mystery and silence. The occasional echo of distant footsteps, punctuated by the soft tolling of a church bell, was a reminder of the world beyond, a world that continued its relentless march forward, indifferent to the musings of an old man ensconced in his private reverie. Yet within the confines of the study, time was suspended, and the act of writing became an invocation, a means to commune with the past and to seek solace in the act of remembrance. Mr. Brownlow paused, his quill poised above the paper, as he pondered the words he had inscribed, words that carried the weight of his regrets and the hope for forgiveness. In this quiet communion with his memories, he found a semblance of peace, a gentle acceptance of the choices that had shaped his life and the lives of those he held dear. The letters, though unsent, were precious artefacts of his heart's journey, tokens of love and loss that transcended the boundaries of time and space. As the final words were penned and the ink began to dry, Mr. Brownlow set aside his quill, his heart lighter for the night's labour. The gas lamp flickered softly, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the walls, and the fog outside pressed gently against the window panes, as if bearing witness to the unspoken bonds that connected the past to the present. With a contemplative sigh, he closed his eyes, allowing the echoes of memory to fade into the quietude, inviting the next chapter of the night to unfold in its own gentle rhythm. The fog clung to the cobblestones with a tenacity that seemed almost sentient, its dense embrace softening the sharp edges of the world and muting the flicker of gas lamps that lined the narrow street. Mr. Brownlow, his mind adrift upon the currents of reminiscence, stirred from his reverie as a peculiar sensation drew him back from the recesses of his thoughts. The room, with its comforting clutter of books and papers, seemed to whisper secrets of its own, the rustle of a forgotten page or the creak of an old floorboard hinting at mysteries yet to be revealed. It was upon such a night, when the air was thick with the promise of the unforeseen, that Mr. Brownlow's gaze fell upon a letter resting incongruously atop a stack of well-thumbed volumes. This missive, at first glance unremarkable, bore the singular distinction of being addressed to himself in a hand unmistakably his own. The ink, a rich sepia, wove his name with an intimacy that bespoke familiarity, yet the sight of it stirred an inexplicable unease within him, as if the paper itself harboured a secret too profound for the confines of ordinary understanding. With a deliberation born of curiosity mingled with a touch of apprehension, he reached for the letter, his fingers brushing the crisp parchment with the care one might reserve for a relic of antiquity. As he unfolded it, the room seemed to hold its breath, the very air pausing in anticipation of the revelation contained within those carefully inscribed lines. The words, when they revealed themselves, were as enigmatic as the circumstances of their arrival, foretelling with a certainty that belied their improbable nature the imminent knock of a stranger, and the return of a long-lost silver locket, an heirloom steeped in the lore of his family history. An unsettling tremor coursed through Mr. Brownlow as he pondered the implications of this prophetic message. The very notion of such prescience defied his rational sensibilities, challenging the boundaries of his understanding of time and causality. How could it be that a letter, seemingly penned by his own hand, should predict events yet to unfold with such precision? The fog outside, with its spectral presence, offered no answers, only the hush of the river beyond and the distant tolling of a church bell, marking the inexorable passage of time. As he sat in contemplation, the room around him took on an air of quiet expectancy, as if the very walls were privy to a greater design, one that extended beyond the confines of his immediate perception. The flickering lamplight cast shifting shadows that seemed to dance to a rhythm all their own, a silent ballet that echoed the tumult of thoughts within his mind. Could it be that this letter, with its cryptic message, was a mere product of whimsy, a trick of the imagination conjured by the solitude of night and the somnolent embrace of the fog? Or was it a portent, a harbinger of events that would soon alter the course of his life in ways yet unimagined? With these questions lingering in the air, Mr. Brownlow set the letter aside, its mystery unresolved yet pulsating with the promise of untold possibilities. The night in its infinite wisdom would offer no further elucidation, content instead to enfold him in its gentle embrace, coaxing him towards reflection and the quietude of contemplation. Thus he surrendered to the rhythm of the evening, allowing the fog to weave its tapestry of secrets, inviting the next chapter of his journey to unfold in its own time. The fog, thick and enveloping like a spectral shroud, had descended upon the city of London with a deliberate grace, casting its gossamer veil over cobbled streets and shadowed alleyways, transforming the familiar into the uncanny, and the known into an echo of mysteries yet untold. Mr. Brownlow, gazing through the dim window pane, felt the gentle insistence of the past pressing upon him, as if each swirling tendril of mist whispered the names of those long departed, Oliver and Nancy, whose lives had once intersected with his own in ways both profound and unforeseen. The night, in its haunting eloquence, seemed to pulse with the very breath of the city, alive with the muted cries of bygone days, and the soft footfalls of memory, treading ever so lightly upon the present's fragile fabric. The gas lamps, standing sentinel along the deserted thoroughfares, exuded a pale, flickering glow, their light barely penetrating the dense fog, which seemed to absorb all illumination save for the dimmest glimmer, casting elongated shadows that danced and wove in a silent ballet. It was as though the city itself were alive, breathing with the tales of countless souls who had traversed its stony paths, their stories interwoven into the very fabric of its existence, each step an echo, each whisper a testament to lives lived and lost. Brownlow, ensconced in his solitary vigil, felt a peculiar kinship with these spectral figures, their presence a gentle reminder of the inexorable passage of time and the indelible marks it leaves upon the heart. As he pondered the letter's disturbing prophecy, the words seemed to take on a life of their own, entwining with the fog and the night to create a symphony of recollection and remorse. The spectres of Oliver and Nancy emerged from the recesses of his mind, their faces etched with the innocence and vulnerability of youth, their fates intricately linked to his own by the capricious hand of fortune. Memory with its tender cruelty blurred the boundaries between past and present, weaving a tapestry of regret and hope, guilt and redemption that enveloped him in its poignant embrace. The River Thames, hidden from view yet ever present, murmured softly in the distance, its waters whispering tales of passage and renewal, of secrets borne upon its current, and dreams carried to distant shores. It was a gentle lullaby to the city, a measured counterpoint to the night's more insistent echoes, its rhythm a reminder of life's continuity, and the eternal cycle of loss and renewal. Brownlow, caught in this delicate balance between remembrance and forgetting, found himself swaying to its cadence, his thoughts drifting upon its gentle tide, carried away from the immediacy of his own concerns. And in this moment, suspended between the tangible and the ephemeral, he found solace, however fleeting, in the realization that the past, with all its burdens and blessings, was but a chapter in the greater narrative of life. The fog, with its ethereal embrace, seemed to whisper a promise of new beginnings, of possibilities yet to be explored, and of the quiet strength to face the unknown with courage and grace. It was a comforting thought, one that allowed him to relinquish, if only for a moment, the weight of his reflections, and to embrace the stillness of the night with a quiet acceptance. Thus, as the fog wove its intricate patterns upon the sleeping city, Mr. Brownlow surrendered to the gentle insistence of the night's embrace, allowing himself to be lulled into the soft rhythm of its symphony. The echoes of Oliver and Nancy, the river's hushed song, and the flickering lamplight all conspired to create a tapestry of tranquillity, inviting him to rest in the knowledge that each moment, each memory, was but a step along the path of his own unfolding journey. The hour had grown late, and as the fire's glow waned to a gentle amber hue, Mr. Brownlow stood at the threshold of a decision that seemed to tremble in the very air around him. The world outside, veiled in the dense fog that clung to the night like a shroud, whispered of secrets and mysteries yet untold, tempting him to abandon the warm embrace of his hearth and the serene solitude it so generously provided. Yet it was the letter, that curious missive of uncertain origin, which beckoned him with an urgency both inexplicable and compelling, as if the very paper possessed a spirit that urged him to unravel its enigma. With a heart that throbbed in time with the ticking of the clock upon the mantel, he donned his coat, its fabric still retaining the faint scent of pipe smoke and the comfort of familiarity. The fog, that ever-present companion of the London night, lay heavy upon the street, swirling in ghostly eddies beneath the gas lamps whose flickering light struggled valiantly against the encroaching gloom. Each step he took was a surrender to curiosity, a yielding to the call that had stirred within him a restless anticipation tinged with a whisper of dread, as though he were on the cusp of a revelation that would forever alter the quiet cadence of his days. The letter clutched in his hand seemed to pulse with life, a guide through the obscurity that lay before him, its cryptic instructions a map to an unknown destination that beckoned with the allure of the undiscovered. The street, usually so vibrant with the clatter of day, now lay hushed beneath the blanket of mist, each echo of his footsteps a solitary note in the symphony of the night. There was a peculiar beauty in the stillness, a kind of sacred hush that wrapped around him like a velvet cloak, urging him onward into the embrace of the unknown. As he ventured further from the warmth of his home, the fog seemed to part before him, revealing glimpses of the city in repose. Here and there, the silhouettes of figures moved silently, their forms bending and shifting in the mist like phantoms of a dream, each wrapped in their own thoughts, their own stories. The gaslight flickered with a steady rhythm, casting long shadows that danced upon the cobblestones, a silent ballet that played out in time with the beating of his heart. In that moment the world seemed to breathe with a life all its own, each element a part of a greater whole that pulsed with the unspoken promise of new beginnings. There was a curious comfort in the anonymity of the night, a sense of camaraderie with the unseen souls who shared the fog-bound streets, each following their own path through the labyrinth of the city. The river, that silent sentinel of the metropolis, whispered its secrets to the air, its voice a gentle murmur that wove through the night and wrapped itself around him, a reminder of the constancy of the world even in the midst of its mysteries. As Mr. Brownlow moved further into the night, he felt the weight of his solitude lift, replaced by a burgeoning sense of connection to the vast tapestry of life that surrounded him. And so he walked on, driven by the call of the letter and the promise of the unknown, leaving behind the safety and comfort of the familiar for the allure of the untold journey. As he disappeared into the shadows, the fog closed in around him once more, a gentle embrace that promised to guide him through the night, whispering of secrets yet to be revealed, and stories yet to unfold. The gaslit streets of London, ever shrouded in a veil of mystery and softly swirling fog, lay before Mr. Brownlow like an old map whose lines he knew well, yet whose secrets remained tantalizingly out of reach. The lamps cast their feeble glow upon the cobblestones, rendering the world in shades of sepia and shadow, where silhouettes became spectres, and the night air carried the echoes of distant footsteps, their origins unknown and unknowable. As he moved through this nocturnal tableau, the fog, ever present and ever watchful, seemed to weave itself around him, a silent companion whose presence was both reassuring and enigmatic, promising paths untravelled and stories untold. It was amidst this gentle murmur of the city, where the river's distant song mingled with the rustle of leaves and the soft clatter of a carriage wheel, that Mr. Brownlow came upon an old friend, a figure from the past who emerged from the fog as if conjured by the night itself. The acquaintance, whose features seemed both familiar and strangely distant in the half-light, greeted him with a warmth that belied the chill of the evening, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia, like the soft strains of a forgotten melody. "Ah, Brownlow," he said, his words hanging in the air like the gentle chime of a clock at midnight. "It has been an age since last we met. Do you still remember the silver locket?" The mention of the locket stirred something within Mr. Brownlow, a memory half buried beneath the passage of time, yet burnished with the glow of abhorrence and loss. The locket, once belonging to his late wife, was a token of love and sorrow, a relic of a life now past, whose absence had left a void as profound as the night sky. He nodded, his expression one of quiet reflection, as the fog seemed to wrap itself more closely around them, as if enfolding them in a cocoon of shared remembrance. His companion, with a knowing glint in his eye, continued, "There are whispers, you know, tales of its whereabouts, as though it holds a secret that time itself has forgotten. The words, though spoken softly, carried an air of intrigue, like the rustle of unseen wings in the stillness of the night. I heard it was seen in a shop, tucked away amidst the curiosities of a bygone era, waiting for the one who would claim it. The cryptic nature of the revelation sparked a flicker of curiosity within Mr. Brownlow, a gentle flame that danced in the quiet corners of his mind. As the fog swirled about them, the acquaintance's face seemed to blur, becoming one with the shadows, as though he were but a figment of the night, a ghostly emissary sent to deliver a message before vanishing into the ether. With a final nod he turned and walked away, his form gradually dissolving into the mist, leaving behind a palpable sense of mystery, a puzzle yet to be solved, and a journey yet to be undertaken. Mr. Brownlow stood for a moment, contemplating the significance of the locket and the tale that had unfolded before him, the city's whispers growing faint as he pondered the path that lay ahead. The fog, ever constant in its silent vigil, seemed to beckon him onward, its tendrils curling invitingly around his feet as though urging him to follow where the echoes of the past might lead. And so, with a heart gently stirred by the night's revelations and a mind attuned to the possibilities of the unknown, Mr. Brownlow resumed his journey, the gaslights flickering like distant stars guiding him through the labyrinthine streets. The night, vast and unfathomable, lay open before him, a canvas upon which the stories of old might yet be written anew. As the gaslights flickered with a spectral dance across the cobblestone streets, casting long wavering shadows that seemed to whisper of secrets long forgotten, Mr. Brownlow found himself drawn inexorably towards the silent silhouette of a building that stood like a sentinel of bygone days. The edifice, though weathered by the relentless march of time, bore a certain nobility in its decay, its once grand facade now softened by the gentle embrace of climbing ivy and the caress of the night air. It was a place where memory clung like the lingering scent of lavender in an old parlour, and as Mr. Brownlow stepped cautiously over the threshold, the echoes of his past seemed to rise up to greet him, each footfall a distant reverberation of youthful exuberance and forgotten laughter. The interior, shrouded in a velvety gloom, was a tableau of dust and shadows, where the moonlight filtered through broken window panes in delicate shafts, illuminating motes that danced like tiny spectres in the still air. Here, amid the scattered remnants of what once had been, Mr. Brownlow felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, as if the very walls whispered tales of yore, tales of dreams woven and abandoned, of voices that had long since faded into the silent corridors of history. The air was thick with the scent of old wood and musty paper, a poignant reminder of the passage of time, and as Mr. Brownlow ventured deeper into the heart of the building, he could not help but feel as though he were treading upon the sacred ground of his own history. In this hushed sanctuary his eyes fell upon a small time-worn desk, its surface adorned with a thin layer of dust that shimmered in the pallid light like the ashes of forgotten dreams. It was here, nestled amidst the detritus of years, that he discovered a small key, its metal dulled by age, yet bearing unmistakably the initials of his own name, as if it had been waiting patiently for his return. The key lay upon the desk as though it were a sacred relic, a tangible connection to a past that seemed both distant and near, a talisman that held within it the promise of unlocking mysteries yet untold. Mr. Brownlow picked up the key with a sense of reverence, its weight in his hand both familiar and strange, and as he pondered its significance he felt an inexplicable warmth spread through him, as if the very essence of the place had enfolded him in an embrace of gentle recognition. The prophecy of the midnight letter, with its cryptic allusions to keys and doors, seemed now to take on a more profound meaning, as if the universe itself had conspired to guide his steps to this moment of quiet revelation. The building, with its echoes of the past reverberating softly through the halls, seemed to breathe with a life of its own, whispering secrets through the rustle of undine draughts, the creak of ancient floorboards, and the sigh of the wind as it caressed the eaves. It was a symphony of sound that filled the air with a sense of serene contemplation, a gentle reminder of the cyclical nature of time and memory. And as Mr. Brownlow stood amidst the ruins of his own history, he felt a profound connection to the continuum of life, both past and present. With the key clutched gently in his hand, Mr. Brownlow turned to leave, his heart lighter and his mind more at ease, as if the building itself had bestowed upon him a gift of understanding. As he stepped once more into the embrace of the night, the gaslights flickered in welcome, their warm glow a beacon against the encroaching shadows, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of the river, its gentle flow a lullaby that spoke of dreams yet to be realized. As Mr. Brownlow ventured further into the clammy embrace of the fog, that omnipresent shroud which seemed to blur the very edges of reality, he found himself enveloped in an ethereal quietude, where every footfall was muffled and the world was reduced to a ghostly penumbra. The gaslights, dim and distant, cast their pale yellow beams across the cobblestones, creating pools of light which seemed to hover uncertainly in the mist, as though they too were hesitant to pierce the intimate whispers of the night. The air, thick with moisture, carried the faint scent of the river, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp stone, and the faintest hint of smoke from distant chimneys, forming a tapestry of sensory impressions that wrapped around him like a gentle embrace. It was amidst this dreamlike landscape that Brownlow perceived with a start the vague outlines of figures emerging from the nebulous veil, their forms at once familiar and otherworldly. There, in the shifting shadows, appeared the youthful visage of Oliver, his features painted with a kindness that seemed to transcend earthly concerns, his eyes alight with a gentle warmth that cut through the fog like a beacon of purity and innocence. It was as though the very essence of the boy's spirit lingered in this place, untainted by the sordid trials he had once endured, and now he seemed to beckon Brownlow forward, his expression imbued with a soft entreaty that spoke of hope and redemption. Brownlow paused, his heart moved by the sight, and in that moment the mists parted slightly to reveal yet another figure, that of Nancy, her countenance suffused with a sorrowful grace that spoke of a soul burdened by the weight of choices past. Her eyes, deep and expressive, met Brownlow's with a silent understanding, as though she too urged him along a path of reconciliation and forgiveness. In this spectral company, the fog became a veil between worlds, a thin partition through which the living might glimpse the truths that elude them in the harsh light of day. The silence around him was profound, broken only by the distant echo of a clanging bell, its solemn toll resonating through the fog as if marking the passage of time in this liminal space. Brownlow felt a curious sense of peace settle over him, his heart lightened by the presence of these spectral guides, whose very existence seemed to reaffirm the possibility of grace amidst the trials of mortality. The fog, once so impenetrable, now seemed to cradle him gently, its tendrils curling about him like the softest of shawls, offering comfort against the chill of the night. As he continued his journey, his steps guided by the faint but steady glow of the gaslights, Brownlow found himself ruminating upon the nature of redemption, that elusive balm for the weary soul, which so often lay obscured by the shadows of human frailty. The figures of Oliver and Nancy, ephemeral yet vivid in his mind's eye, seemed to whisper assurances of the heart's capacity for renewal, their presence a quiet reminder that even in darkness there exists the potential for light. In the enveloping fog, time seemed to lose its customary cadence, stretching languidly into a continuum of reflection and gentle introspection. The rhythmic sound of his own breathing, the steady beat of his heart, all conspired to create a symphony of life's persistent but understated assertions. Each step forward was a testament to the resilience of the spirit, a small triumph over the shadows that threatened to encroach upon the light. Thus, with the figures of Oliver and Nancy guiding him, Brownlow moved onward, deeper into the heart of the mist, the echoes of their presence lingering in the air like a half-remembered melody, promising that in this world, as in the next, kindness and redemption might forever be sought and found. The night with all its mysteries unfolded before him, a silent invitation to explore its depths, and Brownlow, with new-found resolve, accepted, stepping softly into the waiting arms of destiny. The narrow street upon which Mr. Brownlow found himself was one that seemed to hold the echoes of his own footsteps from days long past, a street where time itself appeared to have paused, its cobblestones worn smooth by the years, yet still glistening under the pale luminescence of gaslight. The fog, that omnipresent shroud of the city, curled around the corners with a gentle persistence, blurring the edges of reality and memory alike, as if to remind him that what lay behind and what lay ahead were merely fragments of the same whole. It was a street that whispered secrets of yore, each building a silent testimony to the lives it had sheltered, the joys it had witnessed, and the sorrows it had absorbed into its very bricks. As Mr. Brownlow paused in his quiet reverie, he found his thoughts turning inward, drawn to the letter that had stirred this nocturnal journey, a missive whose inked words seemed now to shimmer with a new meaning, one that he had not fully grasped until this moment. Could it be that the letter, rather than a harbinger of caution, was a gentle entreaty towards reconciliation, a beckoning towards forgiveness not only from others, but for himself? This notion, once nebulous, now crystallized in his mind with a clarity that was as startling as it was measured, as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes, allowing him to see the simple truths that had long eluded him. The street, in its hushed stillness, seemed to breathe with him, its foggy embrace a silent companion in this moment of introspection. The gaslights flickered softly, casting a warm glow that danced with shadows, creating a rhythm of light and dark that mirrored the ebb and flow of his thoughts. He considered the many regrets that lingered in the shadowed corners of his life, the decisions made in haste or fear, the words left unspoken, and the opportunities left to wither on the vine of his younger days. Yet now, as he stood amidst the quietude, it seemed to him that these regrets were not chains to bind him forever, but rather keys to open doors he had not dared to approach. In the silence he could almost hear the soft murmur of the river not far off, its waters whispering of journeys taken and those yet to come. It was as if the letter had been a pebble cast into the stream of his consciousness, sending ripples of thought that expanded outward, touching upon the shores of understanding and acceptance. He realized that forgiveness, that elusive balm for the soul, was not merely a gift to be sought from others, but a grace to be extended to oneself, a recognition that in the tapestry of life each thread, no matter how tangled, had its place and purpose. Thus, with a heart that felt both lighter and fuller, he resumed his quiet passage along the street, his steps echoing softly in the fog, each footfall a gentle reminder of the journey he was undertaking. The night, with its myriad mysteries, seemed less an unknown to be feared, and more a companion to be embraced, offering its wisdom to those who would listen with open hearts and minds. And so Mr. Brownlow continued, his path illuminated not only by the gaslights, but by the newfound understanding that forgiveness, like a river, flows both outward and within, cleansing and renewing all that it touches. As Mr. Brownlow approached his modest abode, the fog, thick and unwavering, curled around the lampposts like a cat seeking warmth, casting its ethereal glow upon the cobblestones and lending an air of mystery to the evening. The familiar gaslights flickered in their glass enclosures, their dim light barely piercing the shrouded night, whispering secrets of the city that seemed forever caught between wakefulness and slumber. The sound of distant footsteps echoed faintly, a gentle reminder of life continuing its ceaseless march against the backdrop of this spectral hour. Within the confines of his home, Mr. Brownlow found solace in the quietude, his heart calmed by the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock, a steadfast guardian of time's passage. The room was adorned with bookshelves overflowing with volumes that whispered tales of distant lands and forgotten times, their spines lined like silent sentinels. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm glow casting dancing shadows upon the walls, as if the very flames were engaged in a delicate waltz. Yet amidst this tranquillity, there was a sense of anticipation, a peculiar feeling that the evening held in its grasp an event long foretold. It was as though the very air held its breath, suspended in a moment of expectancy, waiting for the prophecy to unfold. And then, like a pebble breaking the surface of a still pond, there came a knock at the door, deliberate and measured, each rap echoing through the silent corridors, reverberating like an ancient bell summoning the faithful. Mr. Brownlow, drawn by this summons, rose from his chair and moved towards the door with a measured pace, his heart attuned to the rhythm of the unknown. As he reached for the handle, a moment's hesitation passed over him, a fleeting thought of what might lie beyond the threshold. Yet, with a resolve born of curiosity and courage, he opened the door to the night. There stood a figure cloaked in shadow, the folds of a dark garment obscuring all. But the enigmatic glint of eyes that seemed to hold within them the depths of many untold stories. The stranger, silent as the fog that clung to them both, extended a hand to present a small, weathered parcel, its appearance suggestive of journeys long and arduous, bearing the marks of time and travel. The transaction was brief, the exchange of possession accompanied by a nod, a silent acknowledgement. Acknowledgement of destinies intertwined for but a moment, and then, as swiftly as the fog that swallowed the moon, the stranger turned and was enveloped by the night, merging with the mist until even the outline of their form was indistinguishable from the shadows that loomed large in the gaslit street. Gently shutting the door, Mr. Brownlow found himself holding the parcel, its weight both literal and metaphorical, a tangible connection to the unseen forces that wove through the fabric of his existence. He paused for a moment, allowing the quietude of his surroundings to envelop him once more, his thoughts adrift upon the sea of contemplation that the night's events had stirred within him. The room, with its familiar comforts, seemed now a vessel of mystery, each corner and crevice charged with the potential of undiscovered truths. Yet, as the clock ticked steadily on, its hands moving with the certainty of time's inexorable march, Mr. Brownlow felt a sense of peace settle upon him, for he knew that the answers he sought would reveal themselves in due course, as surely as the dawn follows the night. In the dim glow of the solitary candle, its flickering flame casting long shadows upon the walls, Mr. Brownlow's hands trembled slightly as he delicately unfolded the brown paper wrapping that had encased the mysterious parcel. Within lay a tarnished silver locket, its once lustrous sheen now dulled by the passage of time, yet still it bore an unmistakable air of quiet dignity, a relic from a bygone era imbued with the weight of personal history. The locket, though small and unassuming, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if it held within its clasp the whispers of long-forgotten secrets and the echoes of a love that had been both profound and enduring. As Mr. Brownlow carefully opened the locket, the hinge creaking softly in protest, he was met with the sight of a miniature portrait, lovingly rendered in delicate brushstrokes, revealing the gentle features of his late wife. Her eyes, captured with a tenderness that transcended the years, seemed to gaze back at him with a knowing warmth, as if she were present once more in the room, her spirit lingering in the very air he breathed. The image, though diminutive, was rich with the vibrancy of life, a poignant reminder of days past, when laughter and love had filled their home, unfurling like the tender petals of a spring blossom. Nestled beside the portrait lay a folded note, the paper yellowed with age, yet the ink still vibrant, bearing the unmistakable strokes of Mr. Brownlow's own handwriting. A wave of emotion surged through him as he traced the familiar lines, his mind transported to a time when his heart had been buoyed by hope and affection, by dreams shared and promises whispered in the quietude of the night. The words, though penned many years hence, resonated with a timeless truth, a testament to the enduring bonds that had united their souls in an unspoken understanding. He recalled the day he had written those words, seated at the very desk where he now stood, the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the room. It was a day etched indelibly in his memory, a moment when the future had seemed boundless, and the world had been resplendent with possibility. The note, a simple expression of devotion, had been intended as a keepsake, a token of his affection, to be cherished and held close to her heart. And now, as he held it once more in his hands, he felt the intertwining threads of memory and fate weaving a tapestry of profound significance, each stitch a testament to the life they had shared. In that quiet moment, surrounded by the familiar trappings of his study, Mr. Brownlow was enveloped in a sense of tranquillity as the gentle rustle of the note echoed softly in the stillness. The room, though steeped in shadows, seemed to pulse with a silent vitality, each corner whispering tales of the past, of joys and sorrows, of love that had endured beyond the confines of time. He closed the locket with a tender reverence, its clasp emitting a faint click, a sound that resonated through the room like the chime of a distant bell, marking the passage of time with a gentle certainty. As he placed the locket carefully beside the candle, its silver surface catching the light and reflecting it in a soft glow, Mr. Brownlow felt a sense of peace wash over him, a contentment born of the knowledge that, though the world may shift and change, certain truths remain immutable. And as the clock's hands moved inexorably forward, he knew that the answers he sought would emerge in their own time, as inevitable as the turning of the earth beneath the stars. Tenir. In the gentle embrace of the night, Mr. Brownlow found himself drawn to the cobblestone streets of his youth, a place where the tapestry of his memories intertwined with the present in a dance both ethereal and profound. The fog lay thick upon the city, an insistent presence that softened the harsh angles of buildings and blurred the boundaries between dream and reality, casting a shroud of mystery over familiar landmarks. Lamps flickered with a ghostly luminescence, their gaslit halos struggling valiantly against the encroaching mist, while the distant echo of a carriage wheel upon the stone seemed to whisper secrets of bygone days. As he ambled along the thoroughfare, his footfalls were muffled by the fog, creating an odd sensation as though he were walking through a half-remembered dream. The streets unfolded before him like pages of a well-worn book, each corner turned revealing scenes once vivid in his recollection, now softened by time's passage. Here, a bakery from which the scents of warm bread and cinnamon once wafted invitingly into the brisk morning air, its windows now shuttered and silent. There, a narrow alleyway where children played beneath the watchful eyes of weary mothers, their laughter now mere echoes in the recesses of his mind. In the quietude of the night, Mr. Brownlow fancied he could hear the faintest whisper of a voice, a gentle susurration carried upon the fog like a spectral guide through the labyrinthine streets. It was Nancy, or rather the essence of her, woven into the very fabric of the city, and his heart, her presence as tangible and elusive as the mist itself. Her voice seemed to drift on the air, a melodic reminder of the compassion and courage that had once illuminated his life, urging him to follow the path of memory with a heart unburdened by the weight of the present. He paused at the corner of a familiar square, where gaslamps stood sentinel against the encroaching darkness, their flickering flames casting capricious shadows upon the cobbles. The square, once a bustling hub of commerce and conversation, now lay quiet under the fog's embrace, its stillness broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the night breeze. Here, in this place where time seemed to stand still, Mr. Brownlow allowed himself a moment of reflection, his thoughts flowing in concert with the gentle currents of the river that lay beyond. The river, ever present and constant, moved with a languid grace, its surface a mirror reflecting the muted glow of the lamps and the steadfast stars above. It was a reminder of the continuity of life, of the way in which the past and present are bound together in an unending flow, each moment a ripple upon the water's surface. As Mr. Brownlow gazed upon its tranquil expanse, he felt a sense of connection, not only to the memories that had shaped him, but also to the promise of what lay ahead, hidden within the folds of the future. As he continued his journey, the fog swirled around him, a companion in his nocturnal wanderings, its tendrils weaving through the air like threads of a tapestry in which the past and present were seamlessly entwined. Each step he took was a step through time, a journey through the corridors of his own history, where the echoes of his youth reverberated in the silence of the night. And as he walked, he felt the presence of others who had traversed these same streets, their lives and stories intertwined with his own, a testament to the enduring power of memory and the ties that bind us all. With each passing moment, the city itself seemed to breathe, its rhythm a lullaby of gentle sounds and whispers that cradled Mr. Brownlow in a cocoon of reflection and remembrance. He felt the weight of history upon his shoulders, not as a burden, but as a comforting reminder of the continuity of life, of the way in which each footstep is a link in the chain of existence. And as he walked onward, the fog enveloping him in its soft embrace, he knew that he was not alone, but part of a greater whole, a tapestry of lives and stories that stretched beyond the horizon of his own understanding. In the heart of the city, where cobblestones once echoed under the bustling feet of merchants and shoppers alike, there lay a marketplace now deserted, its vitality surrendered to the quietude of the night. The fog wrapped around the square like a spectral shawl, softening the outlines of shuttered stalls and casting an ethereal glow upon the cobbles, where shadows played their silent games. Mr. Brownlow, wandering through this scene, found himself enveloped not only by the mist, but by a profound sense of nostalgia, as if the very air whispered tales of days gone by, when laughter and haggling filled the air with a vivacious clamour now subdued to a mere echo of its former self. His mind, ever inclined towards reflection, conjured the sound of young Oliver's laughter, a melody that seemed to dance on the edges of his consciousness, teasing him with its cheerful innocence. How vivid it seemed, that laughter, resonating in the stillness, a reminder of the boy's indomitable spirit, and the joy he had brought into the lives of those who had known him. It was as if the very stones of the marketplace remembered Oliver, holding fast to the memory of his youthful exuberance, even as time and tide had swept away the physical traces of his presence. As Mr. Brownlow stood there, the fog weaving its gentle tendrils around him, he could not help but meditate upon the theme of impermanence, the inevitable ebb and flow of life that leaves its indelible mark upon the world, even as it fades from sight. The once lively square, now a silent witness to the passage of time, mirrored his own sense of faded vitality, the vigour of youth having long since given way to the quiet contemplation of later years. But despite this melancholy reflection, there was a comfort in the persistence of kindness, a gentle reassurance that, like Oliver's laughter, the goodness sown in the hearts of men and women would endure, lingering in the spaces where it was least expected, but most needed. The gaslights, flickering bravely against the encroaching fog, cast their golden glow upon the scene, illuminating the veils of mist that danced like phantoms in the chill night air. Their light, though feeble, was unwavering, much like the resolve of those who continued to tread their paths with compassion and grace, despite the shadows that lengthened around them. In this quietude, Brownlow found solace and a gentle reminder of the enduring nature of human kindness, an echo of Oliver, whose laughter seemed to assure him that though all things must pass, the essence of life, of love and goodness, would ever remain. Slowly he began to walk once more, his footsteps soft percussion upon the stones, joining the symphony of the night, where the rustle of leaves and the distant tolling of a church bell formed a harmonious backdrop to his thoughts. The fog, a constant companion, clung to him with a kind of affectionate persistence, as if urging him onward, encouraging him to seek out those hidden corners of the world where warmth and humanity linger, even in the face of solitude and silence. And so, with each step, he embraced the continuity of life, the understanding that every echo, every shadow, held within it the promise of renewal, the potential for transformation. Thus, the marketplace, though deserted, became a place of quiet reflection, a tableau upon which the stories of the past mingled with the hopes of the future, a reminder that in the grand tapestry of existence, each thread, each moment is woven with care and purpose. As Mr. Brownlow moved through this scene of serene abandonment, he felt a gentle kinship with the world around him, a recognition of the beauty in its impermanence, the grace in its ceaseless unfolding. And so, with a heart full of quiet resolve, he journeyed onward into the night, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, trusting in the enduring echoes of kindness and the ever-present light of compassion. As Mr. Brownlow made his way back through the labyrinthine streets, which seemed to coil and uncoil like the tendrils of some ancient vine, he was accompanied by the pervasive mist that clung to the cobblestones, wrapping the city in a gossamer veil of grey. The gaslights, standing sentinel-like along the thoroughfares, cast their soft, flickering glow upon the scene, their light cutting through the fog like gentle fingers of warmth reaching out into the chill night air. The distant echoes of footsteps reverberated off the walls, a rhythmic counterpoint to the hushed tones of the city, as if the very stones themselves whispered secrets of the past to those who cared to listen. As he approached his humble abode, the familiar sight of its modest facade brought a certain solace to his heart, for there is a peculiar comfort in the familiarity of home, a sanctuary amidst the swirling uncertainties of the world. Yet, as he drew nearer, a figure emerged from the shadows, standing in stark relief against the dim glow of the lamplight. It was a young man, his posture one of tentative expectation, and as Mr. Brownlow's eyes adjusted to the murky light, he was struck by an uncanny resemblance to one whom he had known in days long past. The youth bore a striking similarity to dear Oliver, his countenance imbued with innocence, and a touch of the same earnestness that had once endeared Oliver to him so profoundly. The young man, noting Mr. Brownlow's approach, stepped forward hesitantly, his voice carrying a timbre of both hope and trepidation. "Sir," he began, his words woven with the fabric of uncertainty and a hint of desperation, "I seek an heirloom, a token of my family's past, which I believe may be in your possession." There was a sincerity in his eyes, a longing that spoke of familial bonds and the weight of legacy, and it was an appeal that touched Mr. Brownlow's heart, for he had long valued the ties that bind one generation to the next, the invisible threads that weave the tapestry of human connection. Mr. Brownlow regarded the young man with a kind and discerning eye, seeing in him the echoes of a story long told yet forever unfolding. "My dear boy," he replied, his voice imbued with gentle warmth and the wisdom of years, "I am always willing to assist in the recovery of what is rightful, for in such acts of restitution we find the true measure of our humanity." He paused, his gaze thoughtful, as if searching the annals of memory for the key to the young man's quest. "But tell me, what manner of heirloom do you seek, and what binds it so to your heart?" The youth, emboldened by the kindness of the elder gentleman, spoke with renewed fervour, his words a tapestry of history and longing. "It is a locket, sir, passed down through my family, a symbol of love and continuity. My mother spoke of its significance, though she herself was unsure of its whereabouts. I seek it now, not for its material worth, but for the connection it holds to those who came before me." His voice faltered briefly, as if the weight of his quest pressed heavily upon his shoulders, yet there was a determination in his gaze that spoke volumes. As the fog swirled gently around them, casting soft shadows upon their forms, Mr. Brownlow considered the young man's words, the mention of a locket stirring a distant recollection within him. "Ah," he murmured, more to himself than to the young man. "A locket, you say? Such tokens often hold more than mere sentiment. They carry the whispers of those who wore them, the silent testimonies of lives lived in the quiet dignity of love." With a nod that bespoke both understanding and resolve, Mr. Brownlow gestured toward his door. "Come, let us seek together what you have lost, for in the finding we may uncover more than we anticipate." And so, with the soft glow of lamplight guiding their steps, they entered the quiet threshold of Mr. Brownlow's abode, the door closing gently behind them, as if sealing within its walls the promise of discovery and the shared journey of hearts across time. Within the warmly lit room, where shadows danced upon the walls in a gentle flickering rhythm, the young man and Mr. Brownlow settled themselves by the hearth, the fire crackling softly as if whispering secrets of its own, the air heavy with the scent of aged leather, and the faint sweet aroma of pipe tobacco seemed to invite stories from tongues long silent, stories that yearned to be spoken into the comforting silence of the evening. As they sat, the young man's gaze, earnest and searching, fell upon the elderly gentleman, who regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and a dawning recognition that spoke of shared history. "My lineage," the young man began, his voice tinged with a quiet solemnity, "is not one often spoken of in grand halls or among the mighty, yet it is a tapestry woven with threads that touch upon your own, Mr. Brownlow." His words, though simple, carried the weight of generations, and as he spoke, the room seemed to lean in as if eager to hear the tale that would unfurl between them. "My mother, God rest her gentle soul, spoke of you, sir, in whispers of affection and gratitude, for it was you who once aided our family in a time of dire need." Mr. Brownlow, his eyes reflecting the glow of the fire, nodded, slowly, his mind traversing the corridors of memory, where faces and names, some forgotten, some cherished, lingered like echoes of a distant past. "I have known many in my years, young man, and though time may have dulled the sharp edges of recollection, it has not diminished the love and compassion that binds us all, no matter the station or circumstance," he replied, his voice imbued with a gentle warmth. The words, spoken with the authority of experience, seemed to bridge the years between them, drawing them closer in understanding. As the young man continued, his tale wove through the trials and triumphs of his forebears, illustrating a lineage marked by resilience and heartache, yet always buoyed by hope. "My father," he said, "was a man of humble means, but great heart, who often recounted stories of your kindness, Mr. Brownlow, and it is in those stories that I have found a connection to you, and through you, a connection to my own heritage." The firelight played upon Mr. Brownlow's face, casting shadows that mirrored the emotions flitting across his features: sorrow for the losses endured, pride in the fortitude displayed, and a deep abiding empathy for the young man who sought not only his past, but also a place within the broader narrative of human experience. "It is in the sharing of these stories," Mr. Brownlow observed, "that we find healing, for in each tale lies a piece of the soul, and by giving voice to the past, we honour those who came before us, and in turn we pave the way for those who will follow." The young man, heartened by these words, felt a warmth not unlike the fire's embrace, a comfort that transcended the bounds of time and space, uniting him with the generations that had preceded him. "I am grateful, sir," he said, his voice steady and full of new-found resolve, "for your willingness to listen and for the understanding that has blossomed here tonight, for it is in such moments that we truly come to know ourselves." The room, now a haven of shared history and mutual respect, seemed to echo with the unspoken promise of future encounters, where stories would continue to unfold, deepening the bonds formed this night. The fire, its flames licking gently at the hearth, provided a measured backdrop to their reflections, casting a soft glow that enveloped them both in its tender embrace. And as the evening wore on, the young man and Mr. Brownlow sat in companionable sense, each lost in thought, yet united by the stories that had intertwined their lives. With the fire's warmth dwindling and the night drawing near, Mr. Brownlow rose, his movements slow and deliberate, like the turning of a well-worn page. "Let us continue this journey, my young friend," he said, a smile playing upon his lips, "for there is much yet to discover." And with that gentle invitation, they stepped once more into the quietude of the night, the promise of new stories guiding their way. As the night tenderly yielded to the first blush of dawn, a delicate transformation unfurled across the slumbering city. The soft grey tendrils of fog that had clung to the cobblestones, weaving through the narrow alleyways like spectral fingers, began their reluctant retreat, dissipating slowly into the cool morning air. The gaslights, those steadfast sentinels of the nocturnal hours, flickered faintly, their golden glow diminishing as the horizon blushed with the promise of a new day. It was under this canopy of changing light that Mr. Brownlow, with his young companion beside him, found himself engulfed in a moment of profound reflection, the past, and its burdens gradually giving way to the gentle allure of redemption. The young man, whose presence seemed to embody forgiveness itself, stood quietly, his countenance serene, and untroubled as if he were a silent witness to the world's awakening. To Mr. Brownlow, this youth appeared not merely as a fellow traveller along the cobbled streets, but as a living testament to the redemptive power of grace, his very being a gentle rebuke to the cynicism that often clouded the human heart. In the soft illumination of dawn, where shadows melted imperceptibly into light, Mr. Brownlow felt a stirring within, a resolve to aid this young man in reclaiming the legacy of the lost locket that had once been a symbol of familial affection and personal history. With each step they took, their footsteps echoed softly, a rhythmic accompaniment to the world gradually coming to life around them. The river, a silent companion to their journey, whispered its eternal lullaby, its waters gliding gracefully under the gaze of the awakening sky. The city too began to stir. The distant bells, their peals subdued yet persistent, heralded the arrival of day, while the streets, still largely deserted, seemed to hold their breath, poised at the threshold of renewed activity. In this tranquil tableau, Mr. Brownlow's thoughts turned inward, contemplating the profound implications of his newfound resolve. He recalled the locket, an object of singular significance, now imbued with the weight of history and sentiment. It was more than a mere trinket. It was a key to unlocking a future unencumbered by the shadows of the past. And so, as the first rays of sunlight danced upon the river's surface, Mr. Brownlow felt a burgeoning determination to see this quest through, to ensure that the young man by his side might reclaim not only the locket's physical legacy, but also the intangible legacy of hope and redemption that it represented. The city, with its myriad secrets and stories, seemed to conspire with the dawn, urging Mr. Brownlow onward in his quest. As he moved through the streets, he imagined the countless lives unfolding within the brick and mortar confines of the buildings around him, each a narrative unto itself, each deserving of its own reconciliation and renewal. The thought was humbling yet invigorating, as if the very air carried whispers of encouragement, urging him to embrace the path of action and compassion. As they walked, the young man, sensing Mr. Brownlow's quiet resolve, turned to him with a smile that spoke volumes, an unspoken gratitude resonating in his eyes. It was a moment of unadulterated understanding, a silent pact between two souls united by a shared purpose. And in that exchange, Mr. Brownlow felt an overwhelming sense of peace, a confirmation that this journey, though fraught with uncertainties, was indeed the right one. With the dawn now fully breaking, casting its golden glow upon the world, Mr. Brownlow and his young companion continued their walk, their hearts light with the promise of redemption. The city, in its gentle awakening, seemed to offer a benediction of sorts, a quiet assurance that all would be well. And so, with the rhythm of their footsteps echoing softly in the morning air, they moved forward, guided by the light of a new day and the enduring hope of forgiveness and renewal. As Mr. Brownlow meandered through the streets of London, the city slowly emerged from the embrace of night, its features becoming gradually discernible through the thinning veil of fog. The ever-watchful gaslights flickered intermittently, casting long, wavering shadows that danced upon the cobblestones, their light subdued yet resolute, offering a familiar glow that seemed to guide the footsteps of those who dared tread the footpaths at this early hour. The fog, once a thick shroud obscuring all, but the nearest forms, now began to relent, its tendrils retreating as if in deference to the dawn, revealing the city's outlines like a theatre curtain drawn back to unveil the first act of a much-anticipated play. Within this ethereal mist, Mr. Brownlow found himself pausing at intervals, his senses keenly attuned to the subtle transformation of his surroundings. The morning air was imbued with a crispness that invigorated the spirit, while the distant tolling of a bell echoed solemnly through the labyrinthine streets, a gentle reminder of time's unyielding passage. It was in such moments, those fleeting instances of quiet reflection, that the spectres of the past seemed to emerge from the receding fog, their presence both tangible and yet insubstantial, like phantoms visiting from some distant memory. There, in the half-light, he perceived the faintest outline of a young boy, his features familiar and dear to the heart. It was an apparition of Oliver, his countenance serene and unsullied by the tribulations he had once endured. The image, though fleeting, was suffused with a gentle grace, serving as a poignant reminder of innocence preserved and hope restored. Close by, the figure of Nancy appeared, her visage softened by the forgiving mist, her expression one of quiet resignation mingled with a tender serenity, as though she had found peace at last in the shadows of her own redemption. As he continued his solitary promenade, the apparitions, like the fog itself, began to dissipate, retreating into the recesses of memory from whence they had come. Yet their brief presence imparted a profound sense of release within Mr. Brownlow's heart, unshackling him from the burdens of guilt and regret that had long troubled his conscience. It was as if the very city, with its myriad whispers and echoes, conspired to offer solace, gently guiding him toward acceptance and the quiet grace of forgiveness. The river, flowing steadfastly beyond the city's edge, seemed to murmur in harmonious accord with this newfound peace. Its waters gliding silently beneath the arches of ancient bridges, carrying with them the secrets of countless souls and the promise of renewal with each passing current. The rhythm of the river, steady and unchanging, mirrored the beat of Brownlow's own heart, a testament to the enduring hope that dwells within the human spirit, even amidst the fogs of uncertainty and the shadows of the past. Thus, as the first rays of sunlight began to pierce the dissipating mist, casting a golden hue upon the awakening city, Mr. Brownlow resumed his journey with a lighter step and a tranquil heart. The echoes of his footsteps, softened by the cobblestones, marked the passage of a soul unburdened, moving forward with the quiet assurance that comes with acceptance and grace. And so, with the city stretching and yawning into the embrace of morning, he walked on, guided by the light of a new day, embraced by the enduring hope of forgiveness and renewal. As Mr. Brownlow approached the venerable edifice, a place that had once been a cradle for his youthful aspirations, he paused momentarily, allowing the soft embrace of nostalgia to wrap around his senses like the layers of mist that clung to the aged bricks. The air was thick with a gentle fog, weaving its way through the iron railings and curling around the gaslights that flickered with a faint, unwavering determination against the encroaching dawn. Above, the sky was a tapestry of muted greys, whispering of a world in transition, where night surrenders slowly to the tender advance of morning's light. The door, an old companion that had witnessed the passage of time and memory, stood before him with a solemn familiarity, its wood worn smooth by countless hands, each leaving a trace of their journey upon its surface. It was here, in this threshold between the past and the present, that Mr. Brownlow found himself hesitating, his heart a gentle pendulum swinging between reflection and resolve. Inside lay echoes of laughter and learning, of moments steeped in the vigour of youth and the tender naivety of dreams unformed. With a quiet breath, he turned the handle, the familiar creak of the door a soft sigh against the stillness, as if the building itself exhaled in recognition of his presence. The hallway, dimly lit by the pale glow of the street lamps filtering through leaded glass, welcomed him with its hushed reverberations, each footfall a gentle reminder of his past selves. Here, where shadows danced in the corners and memories lingered in the very dust, Mr. Brownlow found himself surrounded by the phantoms of who he once was, there whispered as a chorus of youthful ambitions and unspoken fears. In this sanctuary of recollection, he walked with a deliberate slowness, each step an act of reconciliation between two aspects of his being, one defined by the benevolence and the other by trepidation. The echoes of his younger self, bold and brimming with the audacity of hope, mingled with the quieter, more contemplative voice of the man he had become. It was a dialogue without words, a silent communion that required no audience save for the creaking floorboards and the gentle rustle of the curtains stirred by a soft breeze. As he traversed the familiar corridors, Mr. Brownlow found himself pausing before a window, its panes clouded by the breath of time. Through it, the world beyond was softened by the persistent fog, each outline blurred into a watercolour of muted hues. It was here, in this moment of introspection, that he came to understand the duality of his nature, not as a contradiction, but as a harmony of contrasts, each aspect necessary to the wholeness of his character. And in this realization, there was forgiveness, a gentle absolution that flowed through him like the river's quiet murmur beyond the walls, measured the jagged edges of regret and fear. The man who had once been fearful now found solace in the acceptance of his past, while the benevolent spirit within him embraced the future with a newfound grace. It was a reconciliation that spoke of peace, an accord struck not in words, but in the silent understanding that comes with the passage of time and the wisdom it imparts. As Mr. Brownlow turned from the window, the building around him seemed to exhale once more, as though it too acknowledged the quiet triumph of his introspection. The echoes of his footsteps, now steady and assured, marked his departure, a gentle rhythm that carried him toward the next chapter of his journey. And as he stepped once more into the embrace of the morning, the city stretched and yawned into life, its heartbeat a steady pulse that matched his own, each beat a testament to the enduring hope of forgiveness and renewal. Mr. Brownlow, as he continued his solitary journey through the dimly lit corridors of the venerable edifice, found himself enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere where time seemed to weave its own languid tapestry, stretching and contracting with the rhythm of his thoughts. The air was thick with the gentle presence of the past, as if the very walls whispered echoes of bygone days, murmuring secrets long forgotten by the bustling world outside. The gaslights, casting their warm, flickering glow, painted soft halos upon the faded wallpaper, creating an ethereal dance of shadow and light that seemed to beckon him forward, deeper into the heart of his own reflections. As he wandered, the fog of memory unfurled before him, revealing symbolic figures that emerged from the recesses of his mind, each one a fragment of his life, each one a shard of his conscience seeking reconciliation. There appeared in the soft luminescence the figure of a young boy, perhaps no older than 10, with eyes wide and filled with innocence, a reminder of simpler days when the world was a vast, unexplored expanse filled with wonder. The boy regarded him with a gaze both curious and knowing, as if to say that within the heart of every man resides the child he once was, never quite lost, always waiting to be acknowledged. Continuing through the corridor, Mr. Brownlow encountered the fleeting image of a woman, her face obscured by the gentle mist that seemed to cling to the edges of his perception. Her laughter, light and musical, echoed softly, reminiscent of a time when such sounds brought joy and a sense of belonging. She was a spectre of past affections, a symbol of love once held dear, now reduced to a tender memory that lingered in the shadows, whispering of connections that transcend the passage of time. The realization that these encounters were orchestrated by his own conscience to guide him towards an understanding of himself began to dawn upon him with a clarity as gentle as morning light. As he moved further into the labyrinthine corridors, the sound of footsteps echoed around him, not his own, but those of people who had walked these paths before, each step a note in the symphony of life that played silently beneath the surface of his consciousness. The corridors themselves seemed to breathe, exhaling a sense of peace that wrapped around him like a comforting shawl, urging him to accept the truths of his journey, to embrace the reconciliation of past and present. The night's events, once shrouded in mystery, began to reveal themselves as a deliberate pilgrimage of the soul, guided by the gentle hand of introspection towards a place of inner peace. In the stillness, Mr. Brownlow paused, allowing himself to be enveloped by the serene silence, the only sound the faint ticking of a distant clock, marking the passage of time with a gentle, persistent rhythm. He understood now that his travels through these corridors were not mere wanderings, but a carefully laid path to self-discovery, a journey through the corridors of his own heart where each encounter, each whispered moment, brought him closer to an understanding of the man he was and the man he wished to become. And so, with a heart unburdened and a spirit renewed, Mr. Brownlow continued his journey, his footsteps now a harmonious rhythm that echoed in the quiet halls, a reflection of the newfound peace that resided within. Each step carried him toward the promise of morning where the world awaited, brimming with the possibilities of forgiveness and renewal, a world where the lessons of the night would guide him gently into the light of a new day. At the very cusp of dawn, where the shadows hesitated and the first tentative rays of the sun began their subtle dance across a sky still wrapped in the vestiges of night, Mr. Brownlow found himself at a crossroads, both literal and metaphorical. The streets, still shrouded in the familiar embrace of London's ever-present fog, seemed to hold their breath, as if aware of the significance of the moment. The gaslights, their glow now paling in the growing light, flickered softly, casting gentle pools of illumination that mirrored the contemplative nature of his thoughts. The echoes of his own footsteps, once stark and solitary, now appeared as a measured accompaniment to the silent soliloquy unfolding within his heart. Standing at this juncture, he felt the weight of past transgressions and regrets dissipating, like the dew upon the grass under the warm gaze of the burgeoning sun. It was here, amidst the confluence of cobblestone paths, that he considered the letter he carried a tangible testament to the night's revelations. This missive, so recently a harbinger of anxiety and doubt, had transformed in his hands into a symbol of mercy, a testament to the power of grace over the tyranny of remorse. The dawn, in its infinite wisdom, offered a choice as clear and as necessary as the first breath of morning air, a choice for grace instead of bitterness, for forgiveness instead of recrimination. As the sky lightened, hues of pink and gold painting an artist's canvas in the heavens, he resolved to embrace this new day with a heart unburdened by the shadows of yesteryear. The letter, now more than mere words upon a page, became an emblem of self-forgiveness, a gentle reminder that the past need not dictate the future, that redemption lay not in erasing mistakes but in learning from them and moving forward with renewed purpose. His decision made, Mr. Brownlow felt the world around him stir to life, the city utterly awakening from its slumber. The distant peal of bells, soft and melodious, drifted through the air, echoing the harmony within his own spirit. The river, ever-present and eternal, whispered its own song of continuity and change, its waters shimmering with the promise of a new beginning, a testament to the ceaseless flow of time and opportunity. As he turned to continue his journey, the fog began to lift, revealing the familiar outlines of buildings and the quiet bustle of life beginning anew. The lamplight, no longer necessary, faded gently into the background, its duty fulfilled until the night should call upon its service once more. In the distance, the murmured conversations of early risers mingled with the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, creating a symphony of sound that spoke of hope and the endless possibilities of the day to come. With each step, Mr. Brownlow felt the comforting embrace of the morning light, a warm reminder that grace, once chosen, illuminates even the darkest corners of the soul. The crossroads behind him, he walked with renewed vigour, his path now clear and unencumbered, a reflection of the peace that resided within him. The letter, clutched gently in his hand, would serve as a beacon, guiding him toward a future bright with promise, and the quiet assurance that forgiveness, both given and received, is the greatest gift one can bestow. Thus, as the city came to life around him, Mr. Brownlow moved forward, each footfall a testament to the dawn's gentle persuasion, each breath a celebration of the choices made beneath its watchful gaze. The morning sun, now fully risen, cast its golden glow upon a world renewed, inviting him to step boldly into the light, leaving the shadows of the night behind set. London, that sprawling leviathan of human endeavour, stirred from its slumber beneath the soft embrace of the morning light, as if wrapped in the delicate tendrils of a dream it was reluctant to relinquish. The fog which had clung so persistently to the city's cobbled streets and narrow alleyways began to lift with an almost imperceptible grace, as if drawn upwards by some celestial hand. It revealed a panorama of ordinary life that, in its very mundanity, possessed a beauty as subtle and profound as the first gentle stirrings of spring after a long, oppressive winter. The gas lamps, their dim glow now redundant in the face of the sun's sovereign radiance, flickered out one by one, as if conceding their nightly vigil to the greater light that now reigned supreme. Mr. Brownlow, with the measured gait of one who finds solace in each step, moved through this tableau with a heart unburdened by the cares that had so recently occupied it. The city awoke around him with sounds that were both familiar and comforting. The distant rumble of carriages beginning their daily rounds, the faint cry of the newspaper vendors proclaiming the latest tidings with voices that echoed through the streets like ancient heralds of old. And there, amidst the clatter and the call, the River Thames flowed with a languid serenity, its surface a mirror to the skies above, reflecting the morning's promise upon its gentle ripples. As he walked, Mr. Brownlow found his gaze drawn to the scenes of everyday life that played out before him with an understated elegance. The shopkeepers, emerging from their homes with the practised ease of routine, raised their shutters to greet the day, their hands moving deftly as they arranged their wares with an eye for both beauty and order. A group of schoolchildren, their faces bright with the prospect of another day's adventure, skipped along the pavement, their laughter a melody that harmonized with the birdsong overhead. Even the most humble of passers-by seemed touched by the morning's grace, their faces softened by the light that bathed them in its gentle embrace. In this moment of quiet observation, Mr. Brownlow was struck by a profound sense of gratitude, not only for the new day that unfolded before him, but for the myriad of small wonders that composed it. Each sight, each sound, was a reminder of life's simple pleasures, often overlooked in the pursuit of grander aspirations. He felt the renewal of his spirit, a rejuvenation that mirrored the city's own awakening, and it was with a heart full of appreciation that he continued his journey, step by deliberate step, through the bustling streets that now thrummed with life. The fog, once a shroud that obscured and concealed, had now become a distant memory, its presence replaced by the clarity of a new day. The echoes of footsteps, once muffled by the night's embrace, now rang clear and true, a testament to the vigour of life in all its forms. As Mr. Brownlow passed by a small park, he paused for a moment to watch the trees, their branches swaying gently in the morning breeze, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. It was a sight so tranquil, so imbued with the essence of renewal that he could not help but smile, his own spirit lifted by the beauty of the world in which he walked. Thus, with each step, Mr. Brownlow embraced the morning's gift, the lifting fog a metaphor for the clarity that now informed his thoughts and actions. He moved forward with a quiet determination, leaving behind the shadows of the night, ready to greet whatever the day might hold with an open heart and a mind at peace. In the quietude of his study, where the soft glow of the gaslight cast gentle shadows upon the walls, Mr. Brownlow settled himself at his writing desk, the faint aroma of polished wood mingling with the lingering scent of aged paper. The room, a sanctuary of reflection and memory, seemed to breathe with an air of solemnity, each corner whispering secrets of days long past. Outside, the city lay in a hushed slumber, the echoes of distant footsteps fading into the night, as if the world itself were pausing to listen to the unspoken thoughts of an old man. He took up his pen, its familiar weight a comforting presence in his hand, and began to write, the nib gliding smoothly across the page with a deliberate grace. This letter, unlike the many that had preceded it, was not to the past, nor to the shadows that had once haunted his nights, but to the future, to a time unencumbered by the burdens of regret and sorrow. With each stroke he poured forth a wellspring of gratitude, the ink a testament to the journey he had traversed, from the darkness of uncertainty to the light of understanding. As he wrote, the rhythm of his words matched the gentle pulse of the city beyond, where the river flowed with its eternal hush, a constant companion to the solitude of the silent streets. The fog, now dissipated, had unveiled a world renewed, and with it a sense of hope that permeated the very air he breathed. It was a hope untainted by naivety, but rather one tempered by wisdom and the quiet acceptance of life's impermanence. In this final letter, Mr. Brownlow captured the essence of his awakening, a realization that the future held a promise not of grandiose dreams or unreachable aspirations, but of simple joys and the profound beauty found in everyday moments. His words, imbued with a gentle irony and a heartfelt sincerity, spoke of the love he held for those dear to him and the lessons he had gleaned from the tapestry of his experiences. The letter became a bridge connecting the past and the future, a testament to the enduring power of kindness and compassion. The room, silent save for the soft scratching of the pen, seemed to lean in closer, as if eager to be a witness to this moment of quiet revelation. The gaslight flickered slightly, casting a warm glow over the polished surface of the desk, while the distant toll of a church bell marked the passage of time, each chime a reminder of the continuity of life. Brownlow paused, his gaze drifting to the window, where the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with hues of soft pink and gold, a gentle promise of the day to come. With a final flourish he signed his name, the ink drying swiftly upon the page, a symbol of closure and peace. He set the pen aside, his heart filled with a quiet contentment, as if the act of writing had unburdened his soul, leaving him lighter, more attuned to the world around him. The letter, now complete, lay upon the desk, a silent testament to the journey of a single night, a night that had transformed shadows into light and doubt into certainty. And so, as the city stirred to life with the first stirrings of morning, Mr. Brownlow rose from his desk, his spirit buoyed by the knowledge that he had, at last, found the peace he had long sought. He left the study, the letter a gentle reminder of the path he had walked, and the promise of the path yet to come. The door closed softly behind him, the room returning to its quiet vigil, as if guarding the secrets it held with a tender reverence. As dawn's first gentle light began to filter through the tall, narrow window panes of Mr. Brownlow's study, the room slowly emerged from the shadows of the night, its contours softly illuminated by the golden hue of morning. The light, tender as a whisper, crept across the polished surface of the desk, pooling in warm puddles where the wood had been worn smooth by years of thoughtful labours, and contemplative musings. The atmosphere within the room, once a bastion of late-night solitude, now transformed into a sanctuary of tranquil illumination where the remnants of moonlit shadows danced in retreat from the advancing day. The morning sun, in its benevolent ascent, cast a mellow glow upon the letter that lay sealed upon the desk, its presence a tangible testament to Mr. Brownlow's resolution, a missive penned with the care of a man who had reconciled himself with the past and embraced the future with equanimity. The room, with its solemn bookshelves and the quiet dignity of its furnishings, seemed to hold its breath in reverent acknowledgment of this newfound harmony, as if the very walls absorbed the contentment that emanated from the letter's presence. With a measured exhalation, Mr. Brownlow returned to the room, stepping softly across the floorboards that creaked ever so gently, as if in secret conversation with the footfalls that passed over them. He paused by the window, the light caressing his features with a delicate touch, and he allowed himself a moment of introspection in the serene glow of morning. The sun's rays, filtering through the glass with a tender precision, painted patterns of light and shadow upon the walls, as if sketching the contours of peace itself upon the canvas of the room. Standing there, enveloped in the quietude that the dawn bestowed, Mr. Brownlow gazed out upon the awakening world beyond the confines of his study. The city with its myriad of lives and stories began to stir, while the fog, a gentle spectre of the night, languidly drifted through the streets, its tendrils weaving through the alleys and avenues with an ethereal grace. The gas lamps, their flames now waning in the strengthening daylight, stood as silent sentinels, their glass enclosures misted with the breath of the early morning chill, mystery. Brownlow's heart, once burdened with the weight of unsaid words and unresolved matters, now beat with a lightness that mirrored the clear skies above, his soul unencumbered by the shadows that had long hovered near. The letter, sealed with such deliberate care, was an emblem of his journey, a journey marked by reflection and understanding, a journey that had led him to this moment of serene acceptance. No longer did he feel the compulsion to cling to the past, for the dawn had brought with it a clarity that dispelled the lingering doubts and regrets that had haunted him. Contentment, a rare and precious balm, settled upon him as he turned once more to the letter, his fingers tracing the edges of the paper with a gentle reverence. It was with a sense of quiet fulfillment that he acknowledged the closing of one chapter and the promise of another, yet unwritten, that lay before him. The world, in its inexorable march forward, had no need of haste, for he had found his place within it, a place where peace resided not in the absence of turmoil but in the acceptance of life's ebb and flow. With a final lingering glance at the window, where the light played its harmonious symphony, Mr. Brownlow stepped away, leaving the study to the serene embrace of morning's glow. As he closed the door, a soft click resonated in the stillness, the sound a gentle punctuation to the night that had passed, and an invitation to the day that awaited. The room, now bathed in the gentle light of dawn, stood as a silent testament to the quiet resolve of a man who had finally found his peace, content to let the world move forward without regret. Or the clock, with its ancient and solemn face, chimed softly in the corner of the room, its sound weaving through the delicate tapestry of morning's first breath, as if marking time not with harsh insistence, but with a gentle caress, a whisper that promised continuity and calm. Each note seemed to hang in the air, resonating with an echo that gently dissipated into the fabric of the walls, as if the room itself were in agreement with the measured passage of hours. The chime, a familiar comfort, wrapped around the furnishings like a warm embrace, reminding all who might listen that, in this quiet moment, the world was perfectly poised between the echoes of the night and the promises of the dawn. Mr. Brownlow, seated in a well-worn chair, permitted a serene smile to play upon his lips, a smile that spoke of inner tranquillity and a heart unburdened by the tumult of days gone by. Before him on the desk lay a locket, its modest surface catching the morning's tender light, casting a faint, glistening reflection that danced across the polished wood. This small token, a repository of memories both cherished and bittersweet, lay as a silent witness to his journey, a reminder of the ties that bind and the gentle threads of destiny woven through the tapestry of life. Beyond the confines of the room, the great city of London began its slow, deliberate awakening, a symphony of sounds rising to greet the new day. The distant murmur of 1,000 footsteps echoed through the cobbled streets, mingling with the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, a harmonious prelude to the bustling concerto of urban life. From the eaves of nearby buildings, birds lent their voices to this burgeoning melody, their song a pure and unfettered expression of joy, as if nature herself were offering a benediction upon the city and its inhabitants. In this gentle confluence of sound and silence, the past seemed to recede into a comforting haze, its sharp edges softened by the passage of time and the balm of understanding. The room, with its familiar shadows and well-loved corners, became a sanctuary of sorts, a place where reflection and repose could intertwine, where the soul might find respite from the ceaseless march of progress and ambition. It was as if the very air had taken on a quality of reverence, a quiet acknowledgement of the peace that had settled like a benediction upon the heart of Mr. Brownlow. As the clock continued its patient measure, the locket on the desk glinted once more, a subtle reminder of the connections that endure beyond the fleeting moments of our lives. In that glint, there was a promise of hope, a testament to the enduring bonds of friendship and love, and the knowledge that even in the midst of life's ceaseless changes, there exists a constancy that can anchor the soul. Mr. Brownlow, with a heart lightened by this understanding, allowed his eyes to close briefly, savouring the gentle interlude before the day's demands would call him forth once more. And so, as the city stretched and stirred into wakefulness, the room held its breath in quiet anticipation, a moment suspended in time, poised delicately between night and day, shadow and light. The clock, with its steady rhythm, continued to mark the passage of those precious moments, inviting all who might listen to pause and reflect upon the simple beauty of the present, the delicate balance of life and the enduring grace of a heart at peace. As the first pale shafts of dawn began their gentle dance upon the cobblestones of London, the city, like a grand old theatre, slowly unfurled its curtains to welcome the burgeoning light of a new day. The fog, a faithful companion to the night, began its graceful retreat, swirling and dissipating into the golden hues that heralded the morning, leaving behind a fresh clarity that kissed the rooftops and whispered promises of renewal to the awakening world. The gas lamps, which had valiantly guarded the streets through the night's vigil, now flickered and dimmed, their glow surrendering to the sun's embrace as if bowing in humble acknowledgement of a greater luminary. From high above, as if peered through the eyes of an artist painting with light and shadow, the city presented itself in a panorama of quiet industry and subtle splendour. The River Thames, a ribbon of silver winding its way through the heart of the metropolis, reflected the burgeoning light with a gentle shimmer, its waters murmuring softly as if sharing secrets with the stones that lined its banks. Along its edges, the echoes of distant church bells began to toll, a solemn yet tender call to the faithful, their sound resonating through the crisp morning air, mingling harmoniously with the rhythmic clatter of carriage wheels that now began to roll upon the cobbled streets. In the gentle unfolding of this new day, the city shed its nocturnal guise to reveal its bustling essence. The carriages, drawn by fine horses whose hooves tapped a steady beat, carried their occupants through the streets still glistening with dew. The drivers, clad in their sturdy coats, exchanged nods and greetings, their voices a murmur of camaraderie in the crisp morning air. As the fog lifted, it unveiled the faces of shopkeepers, emerging to prepare their wares, their expressions a blend of anticipation and habitual diligence, each a cog in the grand mechanism of daily life. In this cityscape where the ancient and the modern intertwined, the buildings stood as silent witnesses to countless dawns, their facades warmed by the sun's first rays. The grand clock towers, sentinels of time's passage, mark the hour with a resonant chime that seemed to echo from the very heart of the city, a reminder of the constancy amidst the flux of life. The streets, now populated with the gentle hum of human activity, unfolded like a great tapestry, each thread a life intersecting with another, weaving stories yet to be told. Thus did the morning unfold, with an unhurried grace that invited reflection upon the simple joys, and enduring hopes that each new day might bring. The golden light, now fully ascendant, bathed the city in its warm embrace, a tender benediction that promised solace and strength to those who paused to receive it. As the final wisps of fog disappeared, the city stood revealed, vibrant and alive, ready to embrace the possibilities of the day. Yet amidst this burgeoning vitality, there lingered a profound stillness, an echo of the night's tranquillity that held within it the promise of peace. It was a reminder that even amidst the ceaseless motion of life there exists a place of quiet repose, a space where one might pause and appreciate the beauty of the world in all its complexity and simplicity. And so, as the city awoke, it did so with a heart full of grace and a spirit renewed, poised to embark upon the day's journey with a gentle resolve and an abiding sense of wonder